Need to get gas. A little more than half a tank. Should have done that already. Poor planning. That's fatigue right there. Didn't notice my gas was down to half a tank. Fatigue and shrimp po' boy coma. Alright, we'll get up north here. Gotta head north up towards Meridian, get up ahead of the sun to the west. top off at this Love's real quick. Come on. Should have got gas earlier. My hat blew away. Got it. A little saddle to the northwest, still kind of hooked up. Gotta get blast north of it, get way out ahead of it to the north so I can cut into the west end in case it starts producing a tornado.
Hey, I'm meteorologist Erica Lopez. We're continuing to monitor the situation this afternoon. Several tornado warnings already in the state of Mississippi, and so far one of them has been observed at the current moment. We have seen several tornadoes already in this early afternoon, so it's going to be a very long afternoon and into the evening. We're here, we got you covered, and if you have friends and family that live in that area, make sure they are aware of the important information coming forward for this next several hours over Mississippi. So behind me is what you see is that current tornado watch. This goes until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It does include areas of Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Alabama. All of these areas are under the threat of possibly seeing tornadoes this afternoon and evening. Like I said, we've already been seeing a few of them so far. But let's take a look at what's going on the MyRadar app. And this gives us a good perspective of giving us where the current warnings are in Mississippi. And you're seeing that line of storms coming into these areas, already producing some tornado warnings, several of them already this early afternoon, especially out there in Mississippi where it's only 1 p.m. in the afternoon Central Daylight Time. So an early start to this tornado activity. But let's take a look at a couple warnings here. We'll go from the top down. And this one specifically, this tornado warning is in effect for Carroll County, Grenada County, Western Webster County, and Montgomery County until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Cities in North Carrollton, Winona, Duck Hill, Grenada are under this tornado warning. So seek shelter. If you don't know where to go to the most interior portion of your home. That's really the best way to receive or to shelter from these tornado warnings. And the next storm we're going to talk about is the one in Choctaw County, Eastern Atla County, Webster, and Montgomery County. These are current tornado warnings until 2:30 p.m. So severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornado. They are noticing rotation within these cells, and make sure you are seeking cover in this area. So we'll actually turn on the closest radar to this area just to get a better picture of what's going on in these regions. These are the areas that are under the threat of that tornado there, and you're seeing where you're seeing those reds and greens come together. That's where we're seeing the possible rotation going over these areas. So if you live anywhere in French Creek, Ackerman, Sturgis, Ypres, and Louisville, that's where you're seeing that current tornado warning. Now, over the city of Philadelphia in Mississippi, there's a current severe thunderstorm warning, and this goes for Leake County, Southern Winston County, and Neshoba County until 3:15 p.m. with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts could cause some damage in these areas. And the last warning we'll talk about is this one down here. And this one is a current tornado warning. This tornado warning is capable of producing a tornado, and it's about close to Ludlow there, 14 miles northwest of Morton, and of course the possibility of seeing a tornado within these storms. And if you're in the city of Carthage, you need to be taking shelter right now. That's where we're also seeing another current tornado warning. This one capable of producing one at any moment. And this is the one that has that confirmed, radar confirmed tornado. So you need to be seeking shelter if you live in anywhere in these counties. This is for Western Leake County in Mississippi, and damaging tornadoes, possibly gusting winds in and around this area. So let's actually take a look at the velocity product on here and see if we can see any sort of indication of it there. So I am seeing indication of some velocity coming into this area. Again, Carthage right in the path of this storm. You need to be seeking shelter if you're in this region. And again, let your family members know, share this stream with them if they are living in Mississippi. Pretty important information coming in through this area. And our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, of course, he's out there chasing these storms. He's on his way to Meridian, Mississippi to give us those visuals on the ground of what's going on. So that's what's going on at the current moment. Let's take a look at what's going to happen as we push forward. Maybe you don't live in these cities, but you are anticipating the severe weather. Let's track it out throughout the rest of the afternoon. Damien, let's go to WSI. And there you have it, that line of storms pushing already into portions of that border of Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Arkansas there. That's where most of the activity is, but ahead of this front, that's where we're seeing those tornado warnings right now. And take a look at what happens as we get into 3 o'clock. This is Central Daylight Time. A lot of the activity is still concentrated in that border with a lot of heavy rain coming into those regions. So not only do you have a threat of seeing possibly tornadoes, a lot of rain could cause some low visibility. Make sure you have that tornado plan in place, and then this continues forward at least until 4 to 5 o'clock. A lot of the activity already in portions of central and eastern Mississippi. Then this eventually comes into play for areas of Alabama. That's why Alabama as well, right on that border of Mississippi, you're under this tornado watch at least through 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that's where we're going to see the activity pick up closer to that time frame there between 6 and 7, I think a lot of those areas will start to see this activity, and especially all the way down into populated areas of Louisiana like New Orleans. Their time frame for seeing the possibility of tornadoes is between 6 and 7, maybe a little bit earlier at 5 p.m. That's when the activity really starts to pick up, and that's right in the nick of rush hour. So make sure you have a way to get home if you can, or know where your tornado shelter is, as this will be pretty heavy and pretty active as we get into the later portion of this afternoon and into the evening. And watch as this line of storms pushes into areas of Alabama, and then eventually as we head into portions of the overnight hours right into areas of Georgia and even the northern Florida area. So not only are we going to see this activity continue into the overnight, but it's also going to affect areas in the southeast. So something to keep in mind, especially if you live in these areas. So of course, we're going to keep updating you on what's going on with the latest here in terms of these tornado warnings right now. But I want to take it back to what Aaron Jayjack is doing. And of course, if you have any questions, answer them in the chat. I know a lot of you yesterday were asking me for your specific city, and I would love to do that again. So if you have any concern, I do read the chat, and make sure you're leaving your comments. But of course, I'll come back in and out, especially if there's an important tornado warning that you should be aware of. We'll be streaming here throughout the rest of the afternoon. But let's take it to Aaron's stream now. And he's out there in Mississippi heading towards Meridian.
It's tornado warning. I'm headed west right at this tornado warning storm here, just to the west of Meridian. Gonna blast up into it here. Right down the interstate here. I don't know if I can make it in time. Gonna try. Tornado warning supercell just to the west of Meridian. Towards a tornado warning supercell right now, just west of Meridian, Mississippi. It's gonna cross the interstate here, I-20 here very shortly. Trying to get up there in time. Gotta be tight. my GoPro real quick. Rain's wrapping around. Walk all across right over this road, just right around here. Walk all back to my right there. No tornado. There's a wall cloud just to my right there. No tornado that I can see. Making my way towards DeKalb, Mississippi. Direction, that's where this storm is headed. It's headed for DeKalb, Mississippi. Try my best to try and beat it there. tree down or something, people turning around. Yeah, there's a tree down. Saw some rapid rising motion over here anyway.
Ending.
Couldn't keep chasing the storm. There's a tree down over here. So I sent the drone out. Get a peek. Didn't see a tornado. Now we got this squall line coming towards us from the west. I'm cut off from getting to Meridian. It's gonna overtake me. Chase is done, it looks like. Gotta figure out another way around. Got around the down tree. There's a down tree on this road we're on right now. Back behind me, I had to take a little back road, weave around to get around the down tree. Now we're back on track here, headed to the east towards Marine. Race is going to be done until I got that. think the comments are working anymore on the YouTube screen. Wait, no, I just saw one. Never mind. It's just quiet. Thank you, Winter Night. Hey, thank you, Gina. Thanks, Gina. It's been a little quiet in here today. I've been a little quiet too, though. Wore out. I need some sleep. You know, I noticed the blue name or the green names aren't working for you guys anymore. You don't show up as members anymore. YouTube's having some issues today. I thought you guys just stopped being members. I was a little sad earlier. Like, oh, nobody wants to be a member anymore. I was like, what the hell? Everybody, like, is there some conspiracy against me? Like, Adam wasn't green, Gina wasn't green, Fangirl wasn't green, Winter Night wasn't green, Canuck Girl's not green. Gina's not green. I was like, what the hell is going on? I like the green. I use that green to stand out because I see member comments. They pick my eye picks those up. I train my eye to see those, so I can respond to all those. Yeah, I see you guys as blue mods, just not as green members anymore. It's weird. I also see, hey, there, Cody's green. Cody's showing up green. Cody Christopherson. Maybe if you're a mod and a member, the mod status is superseding the member status, and so that's all you're seeing. I don't know. Coming back into Meridian, Mississippi here. Multiple cells forming to my south coming up this way. Meridian gives me an east option. Be able to keep chasing these cells that might fire out ahead of a squall line here. I just put Demopolis, Alabama into the GPS. I'll start heading in that general direction. On US 20. Wendell. Thank you for subscribing. Just want to pause here for a second. Let's see, man, these cells out ahead of the squall line aren't going to do anything. Hey guys, I just got, if you're interested on Twitter, I'm going to start something new here. I just got super follows turned on Twitter. You can become a super follower on Twitter if you're interested. I'm going to try and do some behind the scenes tweets on Twitter for super followers if you're a super follower.
Hey y'all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. Just wanted to give you a quick couple of updates. So we do have an update with this tornado watch. Looks like counties to the west there in Mississippi have now been expired in terms of that tornado watch. So that means your tornado threat is diminishing as we head into the afternoon. Where we still have that tornado watch is across portions of Louisiana and all the way into portions of eastern Mississippi. Still seeing that tornado watch pretty active as those storms are continuing to push over that Mississippi-Alabama border. So Alabama, you're in line for these storms to come into your area. So let's give a quick update on what's going on radar. I'm going to show you here first, and then we'll go to the MyRadar app. But there you have it. That's where we have our current tornado warnings. The ones to the north of Columbus actually have an observed tornado for both of those systems. So you definitely need to be taking shelter if you're anywhere in these areas right here, just north of Columbus. So we're going to zoom into this region just to give y'all a perspective of what's going on there. And you're seeing it with that line of storms pushing through this area. So again, like I said, these areas just north of Columbus are under a tornado warning. And these go at least for the next couple of minutes. You're seeing that strong line of storm starting to push into these regions, and that's what's really making way for that tornado threat. So Damien, let's switch over to the MyRadar app so we can get a better picture of what's going on there, especially north of Columbus, where we were talking about where those tornado warnings are. So let's read out those counties if you're anywhere in Mississippi. And this is actually close to the KGWX radar there, so we're going to get some really good perspective of what's going on there. So again, a confirmed tornado was located near West Point, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And you might actually get some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well for counties in southeastern Monroe County in Mississippi. Again, this goes until at least 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The warning to at least the northwest of this also has had a tornado produced earlier, but right now it's in Itawamba County and central Monroe County until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this tornado producing storm was located 7 miles northwest of Kolowa Springs and Columbus Airport Air Force Base there. So at 55 miles per hour, it's moving pretty quickly over these regions. Again, these cities, Aberdeen, Mississippi, and Hatley, Mississippi, need to be taking shelter right now. That's where we have these dangerous storms starting to push over these areas. And take notice that this line of storms now is coming close to that Alabama borderline. So over the next hour or so, those storms will be over Alabama, and that's where our current tornado watch exists over these areas. And these storms are pretty strong. But let's take a look at this other tornado warning that's just to the south of Columbus. And right now, this is for Noxubee County in eastern central Mississippi until 4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. This has the history of producing a tornado. So right now, nothing's on the ground, but it does have the history of that. So that means at any moment it can happen. And make sure you are in your tornado shelter, especially if you live in these areas from Macon, Brooksville, and in those areas along Highway 45 there, in areas in Mississippi. So that's what we have now. 3 tornado warnings right now in Mississippi, and this is going to continue heading into the afternoon. Just wanted to give you a quick update, but maybe you're watching us and you're wondering what the forecast is going forward. Let's take it to WSI, Damien, and track it out for the rest of the afternoon. So over the next hour or so, we're going to be seeing these storms come into areas of Alabama. And Damien, if you can switch it there for me, please. Let's go to the graphic system where we can see what's going to happen over the next coming hours. If you can hear me, Damien, there. So right now we're going to track these out, and these are going to go at least through the next couple hours here into the overnight, or at least into the evening hours there. Damien, can we switch over to WSI so we can track it out for the next couple of hours? Thank you. So there it is, heading into the next hour or so. We're going to get those storms now coming over the border of Alabama there. And that means these will be strong coming over the border. And then as we played out as well, we can't forget our friends down in Louisiana. You guys are on the tail end of these storms, and where we have those isolated storms that has a possibility of seeing some rotation within these couple of storms, and that's in New Orleans. So over the next hour or so in New Orleans, that's when these storms arrive, and they could be strong. So just be precautious of that. Have your tornado plan in place and head home if you can, especially over the next couple of hours. This is where those storms are going to start to push through that region. And take a look at what happens as we get into the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. There's still a lot of lingering rain behind this particular line of storms. So that means there is the possibility of seeing some localized flooding. There's also a hail threat with these storms, and especially down south there in New Orleans, where those storms will still continue to be moving through your area at least as late as 8 o'clock p.m. this evening. And then as we push forward into the late evening here and into the overnight, all of those storms will be in portions of Alabama. A lot of rain is going to come in. That means localized flooding will be another big issue with this. And if you live anywhere in these regions, just be precautious. These storms still have the potential of having a tornado threat. It's not completely zero heading into the rest of the evening and into the overnight. And then as we play this out, heading into tomorrow, that's where our severe weather risk lies, is in areas of the southeast, especially into the metro Atlanta area. I know a huge populated area all the way down into the panhandle of Florida. So Panama City, at least at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's when these storms will start to roll through. And that's where our severe weather threat lies, with a slight risk of severe weather heading into tomorrow, mostly for the early morning and into the early afternoon. So just something to be aware of. If you're watching us, not necessarily in portions of Mississippi, but in the southeast, your risk of severe weather arrives tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. So I hope this information has been helpful. I'm going to go ahead and read any comments. Maybe you're wondering what's going on in your city here over the next couple of hours. But of course, ask your questions in the chat. I am watching it, and I would love to answer any concerns that you have over the next coming hours. But we're going to take it back to our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, who's on the ground now, tracking these storms. And of course, we're going to continue to come in and out on this stream and give you the latest updates on what's going on with this severe weather tracking throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Broad area rotation off. There's another cell. Ooh, there's another cell with the south. Quitman really starting to wrap up, hooking up. The second storm to the south coming through Quitman. It's going to pass east of Meridian. It's got a decent couplet on it and a big hook echo. Watch for a tornado warning here west of Quitman, south of Meridian. Coming this way. We'll get it on I-20 here, a little bit to the east. Just waiting here for now. We don't need to go anywhere yet. Watch, we're gonna get a tornado warning here, just to our south. This one that's right to our south, we're in the core of it right now. It might hook back, tighten back up too. So get two intercepts here. At the junction of I-20 and 59, we're going to take I-20 east, maybe just a couple miles, and this far south storm should come up to us here and cross the interstate. Both of these storms will. Rosalinda Barkov. Welcome, EF3. Member, Rosalinda. Woo! Thank you, Rosalinda. It's the first member in a couple of days. Is that tornado sirens? This hook echo is right here. That's it. Thank you, Rosalinda. Man, I was getting worried there. I thought members were leaving and not seeing any members in chat, not getting any new members. Rosalinda has broken the curse. Open things back up here. Might have COVID. Can't stop coughing.
Hey, y'all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. I guess Aaron is gathering his things and deciding where to go next for these storms. In the meantime, we'll give you a quick update on what's going on across portions of Alabama, where we still have a couple of tornado warnings. Let's talk about this one, or I should say Mississippi. These are going into Alabama, but these two tornado warnings in the state of Mississippi are ongoing now. And this one right now is in Noxubee County, and it goes until 3:30 or 4 o'clock p.m. this evening. And we're seeing, of course, a pretty strong storm moving over these areas. This is near Big B Valley and Pickinsonville there in Mississippi, moving at 50 miles per hour. So if we turn on the velocity layer here, we're going to try to get the latest scan here. And looks like it is picking up on a little bit of rotation there, right next to Macon, Mississippi, just close to that border there. As this storm pushes through areas of Alabama, they will be pretty strong as well. And that's where our tornado watch is still in place, at least throughout 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time in those regions. And right now in this area, it's about 3 o'clock heading into the 4 o'clock hour for these areas if you're watching us on the East Coast. But let's talk about this next tornado warning. This did have a history of producing a tornado earlier in the night. And it's located 7 miles northwest of Colola Springs, or 7 miles northwest of Columbus Air Force Base, moving at 55 miles per hour. This is now saying a radar confirmed tornado. This is close to the radar there. And if you take a look here, we're zooming into this area. That's where I'm seeing a velocity rotating couplet there, just to the north of Aberdeen, moving close into this region. We'll see if there's any sort of reports going on now. Let's see if there's actually any of the storm chasers out there chasing these particular storms. And of course, our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, he's out in Mississippi. Not exactly sure where he is right now. Damien, if you could tell me if you know. But looks like he is back on the road and tracking the next storm. We have not very many chaser feeds coming in there, but something else I want to talk about really quickly too is the power outages. So just so you can see it clearly here, there it is. And those are the power outages. These are from the line of storms that push through this area. A lot of these counties in red are without power at the current moment. You have Holmes County with about almost 4,000 customers without power. That's a lot of people in that area. And there's about 4,000 plus people who have electricity in this specific county, in Holmes County. Tennessee Parish outage there with about 1,000 plus customers. And you're seeing this all across Texas as well, where those line of storms push through this area, especially in between Bryan and Lufkin, where you're still seeing some power outages, especially in the city of Crockett. That's a big area that's seeing all of these power outages right now, and as well across portions of the Midwest because of a snowstorm that is making way for those areas, and even some pretty gusty winds coming into those regions. So a lot of power outages being reported all across the country, especially with this line of storms that's pushing through this area as we speak. So taking that off and just taking a look at the general radar, you can see where those storms are now. Let's put on those watches and warnings again so you can visualize what we're seeing right now on the ground. A lot of this tornado watches in those regions. And like I said earlier, there's one confirmed observed tornado in areas of Mississippi earlier today near Aberdeen, Smithville, and New Hamilton. This particular warning goes until 3:45 p.m. in the afternoon. So it looks like Aaron just made it to Meridian, Mississippi. And let's show you where that is on the map. It's a little bit south there, south central Mississippi, and that's where it is. That's where that line of storm. So if you were watching earlier, he was seeing a lot of rain in this area. I imagine he's moving to the east to get out of the rain and track the potential next storm. We'll have to see once we get back his feed on here, but looks like some storms are starting to fire in areas of Alabama just ahead of this line of storms. And another region I want to talk about is portions of Louisiana there. A lot of you guys are seeing flash flooding in those areas. Flash flood warnings for Aviolus Parish, St. Laundry Parish, Lafayette Parish, St. Martin, and Arcadia Parish there until 4:45 because a lot of rain has fallen in that area. Now these storms, line of storms, are pushing through areas of Baton Rouge. A lot of lightning associated with this, and this will eventually, at least within the next hour or so, reach areas of New Orleans where a couple of storms are starting to fire just to the north of New Orleans there. So heavy populated areas, be on alert over the next coming hours. You're still under a tornado watch in these regions from Baton Rouge to New Orleans to portions of Biloxi, Hattiesburg, Mississippi there. So be careful, be on the lookout the rest of the evening, and that's what we're seeing right now. Let's take it to WSI, Damien, and let's put that radar on. That way we can zoom into these regions, and you're seeing that line of storms pushing through this area. Severe thunderstorm warning is also issued now going into areas of Alabama there. And this particular warning at least goes until 4:30 there for Pickens and Lamar counties. And this is being warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with quarter-sized hail. Again, hail will be a major issue, could cause damage to cars. Wind damage could also topple trees down, so just something to be aware of, especially with these storms. So it looks like we're getting a new tornado warning here. And so let's read the latest stats on that. That is for DeKalb there. And that might be the storm that Aaron is trying to get on in there because he's near this area. Meridian, Mississippi. So yeah, so that's where he's going. I think he's going more north to catch the storm, or maybe more to the east. But this is a new tornado warning that's been issued. It does include the city of DeKalb, and this is for Kemper County in east central Mississippi until 4:45. Nothing confirmed on radar, but it's capable of producing a storm as it did earlier in the afternoon there, and it's about 10 miles north of Meridian Station, moving at 50 miles per hour. So let's turn on that velocity tracker there and see if we can denote any sort of tight velocity couplet. And looks like we're a little bit far away from the radar. So let's see if I move this camera around, if we can get another radar scan there to get a better picture of what's going on. But looks like, yeah, that's a strong indication of rotation there, and that's when you're seeing the green and the red come together. So let's actually track it out for people who live in this area. Again, this is near DeKalb, Mississippi, for these counties in this region. Let's read out that county one more time. East Kemper County for you guys who live in this area. So we're going to put that tracker on there, and I might have to adjust it because I'm not sure that those winds, actually the winds are perfect for that. So in Carter's, Mississippi, it'll arrive around 3:48 p.m., 3:56 p.m. in Scuba, and 4:02 p.m. in Giles, Mississippi. And this will make it over the Alabama border there. So these storms coming into regions of Alabama. If you live there and you're watching us from there, just be on alert. Those storms are coming for you. Some of you are already under that severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's the newest tornado warning that we have in Mississippi this afternoon. So a lot of activity going on, but let's actually track it out for anybody who doesn't live or does live in portions of eastern Mississippi and even parts of Georgia, where the threat will continue heading into the rest of this evening. So let's take a look at what's going on with this future track radar, and you're seeing a lot of the activity already over Meridian. So I think this is a little bit behind. So this is for what is currently going on right now. You're seeing a lot of the line of storms pushing through these areas. Now behind it, you'll see a lot of rain coming into these regions, and you'll see a lot of lightning as well. So be mindful of that. But as we get over into the evening there, it might be a little bit earlier, around 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time there. Birmingham, you'll start to get in on this rain across portions of Tennessee, all the way down into areas of New Orleans, where you're expected to see this in the next hour or so. A lot of these could still potentially produce tornadoes over the next coming hours. So that's something to be aware of. And especially in the state of Alabama. But Mississippi, you might have some areas of localized flooding heading into the rest of the evening. And then this eventually pushes into areas of Georgia. This storm will actually lose its powerfulness as we get into the overnight hours, as there's not much daylight. And then as this heads into portions of the southeast, I think it could potentially leave a flooding threat behind as well, especially in metro Atlanta and to the areas of north of that. You may see some localized flooding, especially for that early morning commute as you head out and walk out the door. Now, where we may see the storm still have a little bit of punch is across areas of the Florida Panhandle. You guys are not susceptible to seeing those kinds of things, but I mean, you are able to see possibly some embedded rotation within these storms. These are indicating that they will be kind of strong heading into your region over the overnight hours. So that's something to be aware of, especially from Panama City to areas to the east or to the west of that. And then as we play it out throughout the rest of the afternoon, areas to the east. So let's actually show you that on the future radar there. And let's zoom into areas of Panama City where you are expected to see this threat. So there it is early this morning or tomorrow morning. And that's where we're expected to see those storms push through. Let's adjust this a little bit. And you're seeing those line of storms starting to come in for those regions. Let's play that there, but there it is. So at least as of 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., a lot of these storms pushing through. Now, if you live anywhere in central to northern Georgia and Alabama, most of this threat will be over for you at least by 11 o'clock. A lot of the storms are still pushing into areas of the Florida Panhandle and South Georgia, even portions of the Carolinas. It'll be pretty windy. You'll hear a lot of lightning or a lot of thunder and see a lot of lightning. And then we do have the potential of seeing maybe an isolated tornado or so. It's not a zero risk, it's still there. And then as we head into the afternoon, into the evening, these storms start to dissipate a little bit as they head closer to the Jacksonville area. But that means a lot of lingering rain showers will continue heading into your Thursday and even Friday. So there it is, a lot of rain coming in for areas of Florida, especially on Thursday morning. It'll be pretty loud in those regions. So if you live in Florida, you're watching us from Florida, these storms will make it to your area at least as of Thursday morning. And that's pretty much it, what's going to happen at least over the course of the next coming days. After this, I think the severe weather threat diminishes, at least heading into the weekend. But of course, we're going to continue tracking what's going to go on heading over the next couple of hours. So that's where we have now. Let's take it to Aaron Jayjack's feed now. Looks like he is driving. I'm curious to know where he's headed. A lot of rain in his area. A lot of cars still on the roadways there too. So just be careful if you live in these areas. A lot of rain will be incoming for you guys. May reduce visibility here and there throughout the rest of the afternoon. But let's take it to Aaron Jayjack and see what he's up to. And then we'll continue to update you if there's any important tornado warnings that you should be aware of.
They tornado warned both cells. This whole leading edge. There's an exit right here. I'll stop here for a minute and see what this storm we're gonna cross. Could cross right around here. Bit of a conical lowering there to the north. Nothing that screams tornado to me. This way. And Here. See the conical shape? Oh, that was Reed. Semi thought that was. What's up? Good, how are you? See what this rotation to the south does. Like, hey, what's up? Good, how are you? Hey, look at the front of the car. No, the Subaru up here on the windshield. Look at those. Look at. Oh, they're deep. They're embedded in there. It stopped me like an aircraft carrier. You know, they catch the wire when they stop. I was like, GoPro went flying. It was nuts. This rotation's dying here to the south, but we'll wait for it. We'll let it come up. There's another one now, equipment. They're all starting to spin now. Storm Chaser convention here. I got Storm Chasers here. There's Reed. I got Storm Chasers here. Got Storm Chaser back here. I think there's another one on the side of Reed over there, on the other side of him. This thing's falling apart. Starting to be able to see where the wall cloud would be is right in here. see what this is gonna do. Probably gotta head a little further east, get in line for the next one. Some rotation right here over the highway, right over the interstate. gonna blast up towards Tuscaloosa. Doesn't seem like it's gonna do it here. watch has been issued for Alabama. Valid until 11 p.m.
Hey, all, meteorologist Erica Lopez, just giving you a quick update. We do have a couple new tornado watches in place right now, but I first want to go to obviously showing you what's on the screen, the MyRadar app here. We do have a couple of storms that are still tornado warned this evening. Right now, we're not seeing any indication that they're producing any tornadoes, with maybe the exception of this particular tornado warning near Lauderdale, Tamola, Porterville, and Electric Mills, where we are reporting a reported tornado, an observed one on the ground. And this is this warning for northwestern Perry County and Wayne County there in Mississippi. That's a warning that's ongoing now. And not only are we seeing tornado warnings, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of this is going to see some localized flooding. We actually do have a whole stretch of flash flood warnings in effect for parts of Mississippi just because of the amount of rainfall that's fallen. But let's zoom into these areas here in areas of Mississippi. We're going to turn on the per station radar. This is a premium feature that even you can have access to on the MyRadar app. And let's turn on that velocity layer there. And this is pretty interesting because we are noticing a couple of instances where a lot of these storms are rotating, although right now they're not producing any confirmed tornadoes on the ground. But you're seeing those instances here where you're seeing the red and the greens come together, especially for storms even that aren't warned. We're seeing that within the severe thunderstorm warning that's already in for portions of Alabama this evening. But here's the tornado warning in Kemper County continuing there. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Cooksville, 19 miles southwest of Aliceville, moving at 50 miles per hour. The tornado warning to the south of that is for western Sumter in central Alabama until 5:15 p.m. And this is also capable of producing a tornado this evening. So a lot of these storms are already starting to go into areas of Alabama. That's where storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is right now, where he's heading. And I think he said he was targeting Tuscaloosa, Alabama for these storms. So a lot of these storms still could produce some tornadoes later on this evening, but a lot of them have flash flood warnings that we cannot forget about tagged with them. But let's take it to the WSI machine there, Damien, so we can show them what's going on in terms of these tornado watches. So we have two of them out right now. There's still tornado watches in effect for parts of Mississippi, at least until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You still have 3 hours on this particular tornado watch. But if you live anywhere in West Mississippi, your tornado threat is over. That also includes areas of Louisiana. If your city's not highlighted on here, that means your tornado threat is minimal, at least as of this evening. But that new tornado watch includes areas from Birmingham to areas west of Huntsville, Muscle Shoals, Selma, Greenville, Alabama. Mobile and Pensacola are also under this tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that means there's a possibility of seeing a little bit of spin within these storms. And our storm chasers, our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is still out there chasing these storms. He still has a couple of hours of daylight left with these storms, so we're going to continue to track them out for you throughout the rest of the afternoon. So let's take a look at what's going to happen in that future radar, just to give you an idea of what's going on. So this is actually, I think, a little bit behind. So this is, I think, over the next hour or so, about 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is what you should be looking at. I mean, you're seeing all those storms still continue to push into areas of Alabama, and then eventually they'll make it to Birmingham, I think around 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You'll see a lot of the activity pick up, but especially pay attention to what's happening there across portions of South Alabama and in the Florida Panhandle. This is why they're giving us that tornado watch, is because you do have some of those isolated storms that may come into play there. So Mobile, Alabama, and even parts of Pensacola, Florida, just be on alert. If you know anybody, maybe they're spending their spring break down there near the beaches, just warn them ahead of time. This may be a pretty strong storm that's going to move through this area. If you're anywhere in New Orleans, the storm is already coming into your region here. You're seeing a lot of rain, and this will continue at least throughout the rest of the evening and into the afternoon. Really, after we get through 10 o'clock, I think most of the activity, if you're anywhere from Mississippi to Louisiana, yes, that does include areas of New Orleans, you're out of the danger zone, at least in terms of these storms. But there's still going to be a lot of localized flooding left behind from these particular storms. As we get into the overnight hours, I think this line of storms will be right close to that Georgia borderline. So if you live anywhere there, I think the storms will get there a little bit earlier than what this futurecast radar is indicating. So just be prepared for that. It does have the potential of seeing some spin over the next coming hours there. And then as we get into really early morning for your Wednesday, I think this will be a little bit sooner. Like I said, 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock time frame. I think that's when the storms will arrive near Panama City, Tallahassee. Those areas also be on alert in the early morning, especially those overnight tornadoes that are possible. Those are the most dangerous just because you don't have visibility on what you can see at night. So always be careful for those types of storms. But a lot of the rain is already incoming for areas of metro Atlanta to even parts of Macon. And this rain not only is going to affect parts of Georgia and Florida, but a lot of the rain will be concentrated in the Carolinas. Watch out for that localized flooding potential. But let's take it back and take a look at what's going on with current radar. As you know, we have a new tornado warning. Looks like it just issued for Alabama. This is the first one, I think, in the state of Alabama this evening. And I think that's where near our storm chaser Aaron Jayjack is right now. But this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Tomola, near Lauderdale, moving at 45 miles per hour. Doesn't look like we're seeing a confirmed tornado in this area, but I think there is a strong indication of velocity. So let's put that on there and show you here with our graphic system. So yeah, there's that tight couplet there, that very small area of rotation within the storm going right over that Alabama border. So that's what they're warning it for. And let's actually put a track on it for anybody who's in this region. So look at this radar scan here. And it's moving pretty quickly over this area. So let's take a look at what that velocity is one more time. So 45 miles per hour. And I'll actually draw a whole line so anybody who's in this warning box zone has time to prepare. So here's that center of the storm. We're going to go from up here, draw it from the center of the storm and draw it out. So anywhere from, even if you're not in this tornado warning, it's still essential for you to know when these will arrive in your area, just because you have the potential of seeing it. So in Boyd, Alabama, you'll see it around 4:33 p.m. in Geiger, 4:30 McCainville at 4:34, Livingston at 4:42, and Epps at 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So these storms will pack a punch. You'll see a lot of lightning, hear a lot of thunder. Wind gusts are also going to be a major concern with this. And of course, at any moment, this could drop a tornado. So always be on alert. This has very tight velocity couplet associated with it, and that concerns me, especially with this warning. So they just dropped that warning behind areas. So dropping that tornado warning in Mississippi. So it looks like right now we have this only tornado warning in Alabama. And that's really the only storm that has a tornado warning on it, besides this one down here, where I think earlier they were saying that there was a confirmed tornado. And this is near Richton, Mississippi there. Also closing in there on Louisiana, just close to that border there. So there it is, and those storms coming close to New Orleans, but zooming in just to the east of Hattiesburg. This is where we're seeing that tornado warning. And we're going to take a look at to see if there's any sort of velocity there, and it does look like we are seeing an indication of that down here. And this did produce a tornado earlier, so we're gonna have to give you updates on this. But there's that velocity couplet there, very type indication that that's evident on radar. And we're going to continue to update you on this particular storm. Again, this is in Mississippi, and this is for the counties of Perry and Wayne counties. This was a severe thunderstorm that earlier did produce a tornado located near Augusta and Richton, moving at 40 miles per hour. So if you're anywhere within this storm, just be on the lookout. This goes at least until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you still have another 30 minutes on this particular warning, and just something to be careful of. So right now we have that one tornado warning in Mississippi and one coming into the state of Alabama there. And of course, Damien, let me know where Aaron is. I'm not really sure. I know he's driving, and he's pretty much in Alabama right now, but we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. So let's give you an update on that. If you live anywhere in Louisiana, here's where that severe thunderstorm warning is. And this is including for Western St. Helena Parish, Livingston Parish, Feliciana Parish, and East Baton Rouge Parish there until 5:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's what we're seeing now on the radar. This is actually north of Baton Rouge, the city there, on Highway 110 there. Just something to be aware of there, or Highway 10, I should say. But there it is. There's that severe thunderstorm warning, and that'll push. So this line of storms is just as a tail end. It's pushing right now through Baton Rouge, and then within the next hour or so, it'll push through the New Orleans area. But looks like we do have a new update with this warning here that's blinking, and this is the warning that's in Alabama that we've been tracking here. And let's see what the latest latest facts on this are. So it's near Emily, or 11 miles northwest of Livingston, moving at 45 miles per hour. Doesn't look like it's dropping a tornado just yet, but earlier we were seeing that indication of a tight velocity couplet in this storm. Looks like it's still there. I can see it there where you're seeing those darker shaded colors of green, and it does look very outdated there because it just depends on the radar that we're using. So let's see if this radar gives us a better indication of that velocity. So yeah, there it is, that tight velocity couplet still showing up on radar, and this is why they're giving it that tornado warning continuing over these areas, and these are pushing into areas of Alabama this evening. And we're already starting to see a couple storms go up just ahead of this front, just something to be aware of, anywhere from Birmingham to Montgomery. That's what we're seeing on the radar now, but a lot of rain associated with this, so a lot of localized flooding. There's even some flash flood warnings in place for some of these areas, and let's see if we can turn them on so you guys are aware of what's going on here, because I know there's a lot of flash flood warnings. So let's turn those on and see if they pop up there. So look at all those green boxes that you're seeing on your screen. All of those are flash flood warnings. And these are because of all the rain that's fallen over this area. So Brookhaven, McGee, Mississippi, Macomb, Mississippi, and even parts of Louisiana. You're seeing this as well in Ocala, Louisiana there. So all of these cities are under that flash flood warning, and that is because a lot of rain has fallen over these areas, and it's really going to make way for some flooding. So just be careful of that. Flooding can be a danger, especially if you're out in the roadways driving. But look at that line of storms already pushing into areas of Alabama, and it's doing so pretty quickly. So Birmingham, you're going to get in on this action within the next hour or so, and even in Huntsville. It'll still take some time to get to Montgomery, but that's just something that we're going to keep tracking throughout the rest of the evening. So if you have any questions, make sure to ask them in the chat. We're watching out for your questions there, and Damien behind the scenes answering your questions on YouTube. We're also streaming on Facebook. And of course, share this information with your family members if you know anybody who's in Alabama. You know, these two states see tornadoes every single year, and this year is not any different, but it's very important that they're seeing all of this information, especially if they're under a tornado warning, on what to do over the next coming hours. So we'll show you that a tornado watch once again. So a lot of central Alabama under it until 11 p.m. So that means you still have a couple more hours where you have the potential of seeing tornadoes, and that does include the state of Florida. One county in Mississippi will be under this tornado watch at least until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So be careful out there, guys. We're going to take it back to Aaron Jayjack's stream. Looks like he is out of the rain. Oh, he's not. Okay, so looks like we don't have Aaron Jayjack's stream now, and that's one of the issues we're going to run into, especially in this part of the country. It's very rural. A lot of areas don't have good reception, so we've been losing Aaron's stream every now and then. But of course, it looks like we got him, Damien. Thank you. We'll continue to update you, of course. If we lose his stream, we'll come back and give you more updates on what's going on with the weather. But he looks like he is out of the rain, and he is driving, last I heard, was towards Tuscaloosa. So he is in Alabama. And we'll be back here, of course, bringing you the most important weather information as it comes in, if there's any confirmed tornadoes on the ground and everything. And then later in the stream, I'll show you what has occurred. I'm gathering video for you guys to see in different parts of Mississippi where we did see a couple of confirmed tornadoes. But for now, we'll take it to Aaron Jayjack's stream.
exit. I wasn't. Ah! Luckily, it doesn't look that good anyway. Dang it! That's why I hate the interstates. I can't turn around. I gotta go like almost double the distance that I was about to need to go. Next exit isn't for 7 miles. Got to be kidding me. Wish I had time to go to Dreamland. I've chased the storm right through this, right here, just recently. Back in January. I was right here chasing. A couple it isn't as defined now, it's a little bit more diffuse. Actually, a lot more diffuse. So I'm still gonna move in a little bit, see if we can get a view of the storm. It's gonna be dark soon anyway. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. I guess we got a couple more hours of light. Hey, car. Storm's coming from over here. Lightning ahead. Storm's gonna take right along here. Track right along here.
Hey y'all, meteorologist Erica Lopez. We're losing Aaron's live stream as he is going into areas that maybe don't have good cell reception. So as soon as he comes back, we'll put him back on. But let's give you a quick update what's going on. So we do have a couple of tornado warnings still ongoing. This one in particular did produce a tornado earlier in the evening near Richton, Mississippi there, moving at 40 miles per hour. This goes until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you have at least 8 minutes left on this warning. There's actually a tornado warning a little bit more inland behind this line of storms, and this can happen pretty frequently, especially if you do notice some of these storms were rotating in this line of storms, and we're definitely starting to see that. And there it is, that tornado warning. So let's read out the counties there. This is for Jasper and Newton counties in Mississippi until 5:30 p.m. And it has a indication of type of rotation there, or type velocity couplet. So let's turn on that velocity layer, and you're seeing it there, right there in the south corner of that warning. And it did flare up and out, but there it is. There's that rotation. Nothing is on the ground, but of course, when we see these kind of indications on radar, it means a tornado could drop at any moment. Just something to be aware of. And interestingly enough, behind this particular tornado warning, there's a flash flood warning in effect for these same counties: Scott County, Smith County, Jasper, and Newton counties until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a lot of these are actually flash flood warnings because of the amount of rainfall that has fallen in a certain amount of time, definitely creating a flooding risk for anybody in these regions. Now let's take a look at what's going on here in New Orleans, a heavy populated area, and we're seeing a lot of rain coming into this area, waiting for this radar to load, but there it goes. In Baton Rouge, you're getting in the thick of it right now, of these storms that are moving through your area. A lot of lightning associated with these storms, and this stretches all the way down into Morgan City, New Orleans. But take a look at what's going on there in Mississippi, or Alabama, I should say. A lot of those storms are starting to fire up as well ahead of this front that's coming into areas of Alabama as we speak. So just something to keep in mind as well. These storms aren't over with yet, although there's not very much activity in terms of current tornadoes on the ground. There's still a couple of tornado warnings, and these all have indications of some sort of velocity with them. So you still need to be on alert, at least as of the rest of this evening. So let's show you what's going on WSI, Damien, and we do have a couple of tornado watches still in place, one particularly for areas of Mississippi and New Orleans. These all go until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The new tornado watch does not include Mississippi or Louisiana, but it does include one county in Mississippi that's right next to Mobile. And these go until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, includes Birmingham, Selma, Greenville, all the way down into one county in Florida. That is where Pensacola City lies. So all of those areas, you have the possibility of seeing a tornado risk later on this evening. So just something to keep in mind. It'll arrive at your area between 6 and 7 p.m. and continue at least into the overnight hours, with a lot of rainfall coming in for you guys. After these storms push through, the good news is conditions will calm down a little bit. You will feel cooler air. So if you were tired of the mugginess, all of that will dissipate and shift to the east, and it will be dry at least for a day before temperatures rebound once again in this area. We also do have a severe weather risk going into areas of Georgia and portions of Florida into tomorrow. So there it is, that line of storms as early as 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. That's when you're going to start to see those storms push through, and then eventually into areas, very populated areas of Birmingham too. And then as we get into tomorrow morning, I think Atlanta, you'll get it a little bit earlier, around 5 and 6. That's when that line of storms arrives in your area, including Panama City Beach there. So if you know anybody who's maybe on spring break this week, is along the beaches from New Orleans to Mobile to Panama City, make sure they're aware of these conditions. It's going to be rainy, and this will continue to move along those areas in the early morning and then really start to dissipate as it gets closer to the eastern seacoast there. So a lot of activity going on, ongoing there. And if you have any concerns, make sure you're asking them in the chat. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. But right now, I'm not sure if we have Aaron's stream back at all. We might have still lost him just because he's in those poor reception areas at the current moment. So a lot of that is driving into those regions that really don't have that good cell reception. But Damien, do we have any videos that we can show in the meantime as we get Aaron's feedback? Let's do that one. Let's do that video. So this one's a little bit eerie. I did find it earlier, and if we can put up the volume on it as well, because it's pretty eerie.
Can you hear it? Okay, I'm going to now. Can you hear it? Okay, I'm going to the shelter now. I hear it. Oh God.
And what you're hearing there is this was a confirmed tornado that was
Can you hear
on
it?
the ground in this area. You're seeing all of that rain,
Okay, I'm
pretty
going to the shelter
pretty much hitting this
now.
house.
I hear
And
it.
I think that
God.
sound, it was a tornado. You can kind of hear it kind of wisping in the background. That's such an eerie sound to hear, especially when you're under a tornado warning seeking shelter. Thankfully, they're fine. But this is the type of scene we've been seeing over the past 2 days, where you've been seeing tornado warnings. And although these tornadoes, we haven't been able to capture it on camera, there have been confirmed tornadoes in the area. Aaron Jayjack caught a wall cloud earlier near Meridian, Mississippi. And so there's still a lot of activity. There's still a lot of energy there for these storms to form over the next couple of hours. And we're going to continue to update you on that. So just be on the alert. That's just one of the videos from earlier today. And of course, we could always show what happened yesterday in Texas, because a lot of people were asking, and a lot of people in Texas are still without power after these storms move through. And we can show you those power outages really quickly. Damien, I'm not sure if we still have that video from yesterday, Aaron's video from parts of Texas, but a lot of people are still without power. If we want to look at, there's a MyRadar app. So somebody was telling me earlier in the chat that Round Rock, Texas is still without power. So Round Rock lies within Williams County there in Texas. About 4,000 customers are without power. And so this was the area that was affected by multiple tornadoes. The National Weather Service is still out there surveying all of these tornadoes. And we don't have any official reports from them yet, but there's actually a couple of confirmed tornadoes all across North Texas as well. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas was out surveying them, and looks like a lot of them were just EF1 tornadoes that caused minor damage in those regions. We also have Houston that saw EF1, EF2 tornadoes that affected that area. And these areas are still being surveyed by the National Weather Service. A lot of areas in eastern Texas as well are still without power. That includes Centerville, Madisonville, Crockett, and even Trinity. With Crockett in Houston County, about 6,000 customers without power. And that's just customers, that's per household. So that means a lot of people are still without electricity in this region. And even in Centerville, Leon County, that's in Leon County in Texas, about 500 customers without power in those regions. In Nacogdoches, some of your customers there are without power, with at least 1,500 customers without them. And areas across North Texas, so this area right here in Jacksboro, this is where that tornado touchdown really left some damage in this area, especially to the schools there. And the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas actually surveyed this area, and they were confirming a significant tornado impacted Jonesboro earlier today. So that's the area. If you were seeing footage all across, that's one of the first, that was the early tornado, early in the afternoon. It really left damage to Jacksboro, I should say, not Jonesboro, Jacksboro High School. And we're still seeing in Jack County about 800 customers without power. And I assume it's those areas that were affected by this large tornado that touched down in this region. So a lot of these customers still without power. And another area that was also affected by a tornado, this is in Kingston, Oklahoma. So this is Marshall County. About 3,800 customers without power, and that is almost near 4,000 customers without power. So all of these areas that were affected by tornadoes, you can really know where these areas touched or where the tornadoes touched down just by looking at the power outage map, and even areas of Bay City. And what you're noticing across portions of the Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle, even parts of Kansas, is power outages because of the snow. It was snowing there, it was windy, and that wind really knocked down some trees and possibly power lines, making way for some of those power outages. So a lot of customers without power right now. And the good news is the weather is going to be favorable for the recovery efforts heading over the next couple days. A lot of damage coming out, especially in those heavy populated areas because of the tornadoes that affected that region. And even so right now, areas of Mississippi are losing power because of the amount of rain, maybe wind gusts coming into those regions, especially in all of those counties in Mississippi. So we're going to continue updating you on that. But those are the power outages right now. That's interesting to note, especially after usually those destructive tornadoes move through those areas. Those cities take a while to recover in terms of those power outages. Damien, did we ever get Aaron's feedback? Okay, so Aaron Jayjack is actually right now in portions of Alabama. He's on the hunt for these tornadoes, always giving us good visuals. And earlier, there's actually still a tornado warning issued for Emily, Alabama until 5:15 p.m. So let's give you the latest stats on that. And that's that one tornado warning that was being issued in the state of Alabama at the current moment. And that's for Sumter County there in Alabama until 5:15, like I said. And earlier did produce a tornado. I was seeing reports of wall clouds in that area too. So that's something we're continuing to watch over this area as it comes into Sumter County. That means Gainesville, Alabama, you're in the path of the storm. And let's see where we can note where that velocity is, because it was looking pretty tight earlier last time I checked in on the storm. But looks like not seeing very tight. So it might just be to the northwest of Gainesville, Alabama at the current moment. And we're still seeing flash flood warnings all across the board there. But I think that's our only tornado warning now. Looks like they have expired, the ones in Mississippi for the moment. And that's some good news coming in. Right now we just have one tornado warning, and that is in the city of Emily, coming close to Gainesville, Alabama. So let's actually check in on it on the WSI system, Damien. And let's see if we can see where that tornado. So earlier I was seeing a tight velocity let's see what this shows us on here. Might show us a better picture of what's going on there. So it looks like not very much right now. It has dissipated just a little bit, but I am noticing just a little smidge of velocity within it. There's still warm, so of course it does have velocity, but not as strong as I was seeing it earlier. And that's moving closer to Gainesville there. So we're definitely going to keep watching this one tornado warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning to the north of that. So that's closing in on the city of Huntsville right now. Calm conditions in Huntsville. The rain is starting to come in, and then it's going to get pretty heavy over the next 30 minutes or so. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 p.m. for Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, and Lawrence counties, with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and and nickel-sized hail, I should say. And this is moving at 55 miles per hour. So let's actually time it out. If anybody lives in Alabama, wants to know when the storm will arrive in your region. And this has still a couple more minutes on it until 5:30. So you still have at least 25 minutes on this particular warning. So it's moving at 55 miles per hour. It's pretty fast moving there. So let's track it out for anybody who's in the path of the storm. Maybe you live in Decatur, Alabama. That's where you're going to see the storm at 5:46 p.m. So that's within the next 45 minutes for you guys, 40 minutes, less than that. But Florence at 5:06, 5:18 in Hatton, Moulton at 5:25 and 5:32 in Speake, Alabama. So a lot of activity ongoing still, although this is a severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't mean we can't see any sort of rotation, and that's when they're going to warn it for tornadoes. But right now I'm not seeing a very good indication of that, just some very strong winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could still cause damage. So a lot of activity happening on radar. All those storms are starting to push out of Baton Rouge and into the city of New Orleans here within the next hour or so. But right now, it does look like we just have one tornado warning. They're canceling those tornado watches to the west of Tuscaloosa there. So that's some good news that we're seeing. The Storm Prediction Center is cutting back on some counties for there. It looks like the threat for tornadoes is over for you guys in northern Mississippi, which is some good news. But if you live anywhere in Alabama, that tornado threat will keep going. But let's actually take it back to our storm chaser, Aaron Jayjack, see what he's up to. We're going to continue to break in here and there to give you the latest updates on any important notifications, any updates on this track and forecast throughout the rest of the night.
Quite the bolt of lightning there. Michelle RS. Thank you so much, Michelle RS. I actually did book a hotel up here in Tuscaloosa. I'm gonna shut it down once I get to Tuscaloosa up here. I'm tracking this couplet. It's just to my west right now. I'm moving to the northeast. I'm moving to the northeast. And it's kind of paralleling the interstate here. I've been following along, watching for it to intensify. Should come up towards Tuscaloosa, into the Tuscaloosa area, where I'm headed. So I'll meet this couplet, I think, in Tuscaloosa probably. Yeah, I am exhausted. That's why I'm not talking very much. Wore out. I don't feel that tired. I'm just like physically exhausted, but don't feel like I need to sleep. I'm still running on adrenaline from yesterday, the Taylor, Texas tornado intercept, so still pretty jacked up for that. Thank you again, Michelle RS. I really appreciate that support. so much. Michelle RS is killing it over here, you guys. Look at my voice is still cracking yesterday. Very, very generous, Michelle RS. Thank you so much. Maybe that tea will help bring my voice back. Michelle RS has covered all the gas for today too. Thank you, Michelle, so much. Everybody give Michelle a big round of applause. Oh my God. Whoa, you see that lightning? Oh my God, that lightning was for Michelle RS right there. Jeez, Michelle. Thank you so much. Right as you did that, that lightning. Michelle is dropping bombs over here. Oh no, it's the scammer, the spammers. Christopher Calhoun, thank you so much, Christopher Calhoun. Man, everybody's so very generous. My gosh. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm just pulling it over here real quick. Figure out if there's anything else worth chasing. Or maybe where Dreamland Barbecue is. Thank you so much, everyone, for the huge support there for the channel. That's amazing. Incredible that you guys are doing that. I'm very grateful for that. Not even any tornado warnings right now. Oh, there are some down there in the south. Way down south. This stuff's gonna train over Tuscaloosa for a while here. We'll sit here in Tuscaloosa, see what it does. I want to edit some more footage and stuff, so I think I'm gonna go get a Starbucks down here. I don't want to go to sleep early. My sleep schedule will be all screwed up. Captain D's. Man, you guys are amazing. Look at that. We're up to $225, you guys. That's incredible. Thank you so much. The long, hard grind down here. Expensive grind.
Thank you for choosing Starbucks. What can I get started, please?
Yeah, could I get a small iced caramel macchiato, please? I can't even talk.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
$4.90.
I can't even talk. I'm like just like loopy. There was some good lightning. There's some good lightning going on here now. Watch over here for the lightning. Surprised my video is doing really bad views wise. Only like not even 5,000 views on that video from yesterday. It's one of my best intercept videos of all time. It's only got 4,851 views. It's titled Intense Tornado, Taylor, Texas 3/21/22. If you guys haven't seen it and you want to watch it, help me out and give it a like. Give it a watch. Leave a comment. I don't know why YouTube isn't sharing it with the world. It was like one of the best intercepts I've ever done. If not the best, I don't know. That was intense. It was crazy. It was a powerful one. It was a strong tornado. Don't understand that. 5,000, not even 5,000 views. It's pitiful. I don't know what I gotta do to get a video that does 1 million. Can't hit it. I can't do it. Well, I've been trying for 15 years. Thank you. You too. Alright, let's watch for some lightning here. This is looking back to the southwest, direction the storm is coming from. Let's get out of the road all the way here. Looks like this day is done. No, I'm not gonna chase tomorrow. I'll probably start heading home. Go find a COVID test and start heading home. Reset for the next big chase. Hopefully, we're getting into April here soon, so hopefully we'll be done here in Dixie. We start chasing Texas, Oklahoma. Then we'll shift north. Really be nice once we start getting chases that are in like Nebraska and the Dakotas. So it'll be a lot closer to home for me. And starting April 1st, I will no longer need a COVID test to get into Canada. I'll just be able to enter in like at pre-COVID time. So that's huge. Then I can, because if I chase like Nebraska and the Dakotas, like it's kind of hard to find a COVID test out there. But when I'm chasing down here, there's a lot of places that get tested between here and Canada. No, I'm not Canadian. I'm an American citizen, but I'm in the process of becoming a permanent resident in Canada. My fiance, Michelle, is Canadian, and our son, Jet, is dual citizen. Wow. I still have to transmit citizenship to him, but he will be a dual citizen. Hello, Ontario. looking at a post of the tornado trackers on Instagram. They have a sweet photo. You can see, oh shoot, my coffee over. You can see my headlights in the foreground of the tornado. Those are my headlights. That's the tornado from yesterday, and then that's me right there. That's where I was when I was filming that shot. Tornado trackers on Instagram. Gabe Cox from Tornado Trackers was texting me today, and he sent some pictures of me that he thought he had of me. There's me in the Subaru right there. Tornado Trackers took that, passing by the tornado. severe warning storm southwest of Tuscaloosa going through Utah. It's got a bit of a couplet on it. It's going to pass south of me, though. It's just severe warning.
AL meteorologist Erica Lopez. It looks like Aaron is turning in for the night. He's had a very long past 24 hours, tracking the storms starting in Texas all the way into areas of Mississippi, and now he's in Alabama. So we're about to end the stream here, but of course, continue to ask your questions in the chat before we log off. Let's give you a quick little update on what's happening now in the situation there. We still have a couple tornado warnings. Although some of these have not been seeing any tornadoes touch down, the velocity on them is a bit interesting. So taking a look at what's going on the MyRadar app, you're seeing all those storm systems coming into areas of Waynesboro. Over that area, there is a tornado warning in effect at least until 6:45 p.m. Penny-sized hail is possible, but this is radar indicated rotation. So if we put on the velocity layer there, you can see a little bit of velocity or a little bit of a tight couplet coming in there, but nothing has touched down in this area just yet. And just to the north of that, in the town of Gibbertown and Toxie, there's also a tornado warning for Choctaw County in Alabama, Washington County, and Wayne County until 6:45 p.m. Again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in all of these areas. And we're also watching a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but all of these are already heading into the area of Alabama. So if we put on the general radar, you can see right now we only have 2 tornado warnings so far. A lot of rain though with this system, and that's really going to create those flooding issues across areas of Alabama. Already seeing a significant amount of flash flood warnings in areas of Mississippi and even Louisiana. Now these storms are coming into the New Orleans area. Right now they're not warned, but you'll hear a lot of thunder, lightning, you're going to see it, and a lot of rainfall that's going to fall in a short amount of time. For you guys, it's about 6 o'clock p.m. there. So a lot of the rain coming in already and a lot of lightning associated with it. So once this moves over, you'll feel the drier air and conditions will be calm, at least for the most part, heading into the rest of the week. So a lot of tornado warnings. Be on alert throughout the rest of the night. If you show you what's behind me here, I want to show you the counties that are still under a tornado watch at the current moment. So you're seeing it there on your screen, all across central Alabama, all the way down into Mobile and Pensacola. One county in Pensacola in Florida, which is where Pensacola is under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, tornadoes are possible throughout the rest of this evening and at least until 11 p.m., but that means that all of those areas are under a tornado watch. So let's put what's going on the future track here. And so a lot of the rain is already in portions of Alabama and even Mississippi. And you're seeing some of those isolated storms. A couple of them may form ahead of this line of storms, and that's where our tornado potential lies. That's still going to be evident, at least going into the rest of the evening. So have those alerts turned on your phone. If you don't have the MyRadar app downloaded on your phone, make sure you're doing that. It's really helpful in terms of severe weather. It'll give you alerts and let you know when the rain is arriving as well. And then as we played out throughout the overnight, there's still a threat, I think. It's not zero, but there is definitely a threat of tornadoes heading into the overnight, especially into Birmingham and anything ahead of this line of storms. And even behind it, some of these could be QLCS tornadoes. So that means rotation embedded within this line of storms. It may be quick, but it could cause damage in some of these areas. So always be on alert. You Alabamans know how to handle severe weather and know where your safe spot is heading into the rest of the evening. And then as we played out throughout the rest of the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning, yes, in Metro Atlanta, if you live in Georgia, if you live in the Florida Panhandle, those storms will arrive for your area, and there's actually a risk of severe weather for tomorrow. And they show you these areas. So it's a level 2 out of 5, although it is very low on the Storm Prediction Center scale. It doesn't mean that you're not going to see any tornadoes. There's the possibility of seeing some isolated tornadoes. There's a 5% risk of this heading into the afternoon, mostly for those yellow shaded areas across the southeast from Atlanta to the Carolinas to even parts of Florida. So be on alert tomorrow. You guys in the southeast are going to get the bulk of this system coming through your area. High winds are definitely going to be an issue. And again, I always like to remind y'all, high winds can cause damage, especially during these types of events. And flash flooding will be evident in tomorrow's storm. So let's play it out throughout the rest of the evening and track it out for you guys. So as early as, I would say, 5 o'clock in the morning, that's when the storms arrive in Atlanta. And then they're going to push to the south. So Macon, Georgia, you're going to be in on this bulk of storms. Again, they may be strong, produce some gusty winds. And there's actually a hail risk, but that's more for the Midwest there, because the Midwest also has a chance to see some of these storms moving through your area. And watch this as this plays out. So as it moves into areas of southern Georgia and into Florida, so Jacksonville, you're seeing some of those isolated storms pop up. These may create very loud storms, so that means a lot of lightning is going to be associated with it. And you might see some strong wind gusts. But after this, after sunset, I would say, this starts to dissipate and you're just going to see some light lingering rain showers. Some of these may have thunderstorms. It's Florida. It is humid here. Temperatures are definitely warm. So it'll help increase the strength of these storms, but it doesn't mean that you'll see it. It'll continue at least throughout the rest of the overnight and then into Thursday morning. I think Thursday morning, so you're going to see this come into your area Wednesday. Thursday morning, you're still going to see that lingering rainfall activity. So something to be aware of, especially if you're commuting anywhere, getting closer to the weekend. That's definitely something that we'll be watching here over the next coming days. But that's really the forecast heading over the next hours or so, and even heading into tomorrow. So even though today the risk is mostly in Mississippi and Alabama, that risk is going to be later on in the evening. So let's show you what's going on in terms of that recap. Damien, is my audio working? I saw somebody saying that they could not hear me. Okay, so let's take a look at what has happened over the past 24 hours before we end this live stream. Look at all of these reports. Yes, a lot of confirmed tornadoes already coming out from the National Weather Service in Dallas, Fort Worth, and even Oklahoma. These did leave substantial damage, and as far as I can see right now, there was one reported death in North Texas due to these storms. All across portions of Central Texas as well, a lot of damage coming out of those areas. We're still waiting on the official tornado reports coming out from the National Weather Service in Austin, Texas, and San Antonio. But of course, look at what happened today. Even though this line of storms is pushing into areas of Alabama, there's a lot of confirmed tornadoes within this storm, even funnel clouds being reported. So that's a major issue that we've been seeing. So this is the kind of activity that these line of storms can produce. So always be vigilant, especially with these severe weather situations ongoing. And Damien, let's show them a couple of videos before we end this live stream. Let's pull up Aaron's footage from yesterday. Aaron is a true professional. He was out chasing these storms, and take a look at this astounding images. He got very close to this tornado that was in Taylor, Texas yesterday afternoon. And he says it's one of his best tornado intercepts. And unfortunately, as he was driving through this town of Taylor, Texas, there were all types of damage, debris on the roadway. A couple homes were damaged, roofs were pretty much taken off, and trees and power lines were all across the roadway there. So definitely devastating scene, seeing this yesterday afternoon in portions of Texas. And even today, let's show that video, that eerie video that I found earlier. And this is from a tornado warned storm. There was a tornado on the ground in this area. So let's turn up the volume so you can really hear this video. It looks like we're having a little bit of audio issues. Damien in the background working on that right now. But really the telling story is the audio in this video. Very eerie sounds coming out from Flora, Mississippi. And again, this was near Meridian with a confirmed tornado there on the ground. So let's listen to it.
Okay, I'm going to the shelter now. I hear it. Oh gosh. Now I hear it. Oh God.
And that's definitely eerie sounding there. You can hear the sounds of what is possibly a tornado there in the background. She did the right thing by going to her shelter. There's definitely plenty of time to head into the shelter during this type of storm, and thankfully she is okay. But that is definitely scary, and that was a scene that a lot of people have seen over the past 24 hours. So of course, thinking about all those families that were affected by these storms, and we're going to continue tracking it. So make sure you're following us across our social media platforms. We're going to continue to give you updates if there's any new tornado warnings that go off. That's going to be important for us to give to you. So make sure you're following us on there. And before I go, let me see if we have any questions coming in. So somebody asking, when will it hit Tampa, Florida? So actually a lot of this rain will reach your area as early as tomorrow afternoon and evening. It'll be light rain showers, but nothing like what you saw over the past 2 days, although there is the possibility, very small, of seeing tornadoes and rotation within these storm systems. So we'll leave you with that. And of course, make sure to follow us all across the social media platforms. We'll continue to update you on there, and we'll see you next time.